Morning, members. We're just giving you about another 5 minutes to finish perusing the agenda, then we will seek to commence Finance Committee in earnest. Thank you. Morning, members. I'll call on the PS for the Minister of Paha, Honourable McKeeva Bush, if he would lead us to prayer.
Father God, we thank you for your every mercy, new every morning. Thank you, Lord, for each member here and each family represented. Remember those that can't be here and bless our deliberations. We ask these mercies in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated. The meeting is now called to order. I have a quorum. Therefore, the committee can duly commence the meeting of Finance Committee. The quorum of Finance Committee is 10 members, excluding myself, the chairman of the committee. 10 members being a simple majority of the total of 19 members of Parliament, and all 19 members are also members of the said Finance Committee. The purpose of the meeting of Finance Committee is to consider the items that are shown on the hard copy material, which I believe has now been duly circulated to all members in Parliament. The committee's approval for these supplementary expenditures is being sought today, and honourable members would also know that a meeting of Finance Committee can be called, as is being done this morning, at any time, even in the absence of Parliament itself being a meeting. This is permitted by Standing Order 75, Suborder 5. I request members' usual cooperation in asking their questions promptly. Approval for an item on the Finance Committee schedule. Using the first item on the schedule before the committee as an example, when it comes to taking a vote on an item of Finance Committee Schedule 1, I shall ask members' position as posing the question. I will say all those in favour, please say aye. Those against, no. That's for the whole agenda. Financial impact of the supplementary expenditure request. Honourable members of the committee will quite rightly ask, what are the financial impacts of these requests? Honourable members, the Section 12 supplementary expenditure requests a total of 51.8 million for 2024 financial year. This overall figure consists of 35.4 million that impacts our operating expenditures, and 16.4 million is requested in respect of capital expenditures. The Minister of Finance has led a forecast for the government's end-of-year results and position that incorporate the supplementary expenditure requests that I mentioned. These requests will be reviewed by the Finance Committee shortly. The details of the forecast are as follows. Core Government's 2024 operating revenues are forecasted to be 1.098 billion, which is 3 million more than the 1.095 billion originally budgeted. Core Government's 2024 operating expenses are forecasted to be 1.081 billion, which is 31 million more than the 1.050 billion originally budgeted. Core Government's 2024 operating surplus is forecasted to be 16.5 million, which is 28 million less than the 44.5 million originally budgeted. Core Government 2024 capital expenditure is forecasted to be 125 million, which is 47.5 million less than the 172.5 million originally budgeted. Core Government forecast to borrow 27 million in 2024, and this is directly in line with the contents of our 2024 budget, which was presented to and approved by Parliament in December 2023. And Core Government is forecast to maintain compliance with all 6 of the principles of responsibility for financial management as of 31st of December 2024, with the cash reserve days estimated to be 96.94 days. Honourable members, let us look at the first item on the schedule for the 2024 financial year, That is, sorry,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Roy.
could I just ask you, you gave a breakdown of the total request between the capital and operational. Could I just ask you to repeat the figures for me, please?
Yes, certainly. Section 12, supplementary expenditure request total 51.8 million for 2024 financial year. This overall consists of 35.4 million that impacts operating expenditure and 16.4 million is requested in respect of capital expenditure. We will now look at the first item on the schedule for the period 24 financial year, that is CBO 21, broadcasting of public information on air programs for an amount of $597,000. I'll ask the Chief Officer if he would take his position and state his name and position for the record, please. Morning, CAPSEC.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Samuel Rose, Cabinet Secretary and Chief Officer with responsibility for Radio Cayman.
Are there any questions on this item for 597? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Chief Officer, we are always willing to support Radio Cayman, our radio station. But it would be helpful if you could just give us, is this for expansion or is this to cover our current growth needs?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you again for the question to the Honourable Leader of Opposition. The requested amount covers, well, Radio Cayman always operates within its budget, and so we have recognized that there has been a significant need for some additional resources, capital being one of the main concerns. The majority of this represents capital. As you know, the plant, the building needs some TLC, and every year, consistently, the capital request for Radio Cayman hovers around, well, between the $50,000 to $70,000 mark, and that is just for basic upkeep of its equipment. We have suffered over years several lightning strikes, which require us to replace transmitters, etc. And so the ability to go beyond to do some more extensive IT upgrades, software upgrades, and building maintenance is quite limited. What we've been able to do in the past over years, rather than actually budgeting for, getting a whole tranche of funds, we kind of wait towards the end of the year to pass the hat around the public sector to see if there's any unspent capital, and that kind of leaves you with a few months to try and get some things done. But this is for more robust, the focal point of this is for a more robust set of capital needs that have been identified, and also ensure that we have less downtime due to lightning strikes, ensure that Cayman Brac has connectivity, Little Cayman as well. In addition to that, Radio Cayman's staffing figure has hovered around, I think when I started with Radio Cayman, it was around 18 staff. It's now at 21, so they haven't really grown. They haven't had any growth in terms of expansion of the staff, and there's new demands, new needs, new areas and opportunities that they need to capitalize on. Every staff member in Radio Cayman, while their job description is quite clear, they all multitask and cover multiple areas. And so this is to allow them to expand some of the services, the programming, and to, in essence, modernize the offering, because it's time to to make it, Radio Cayman is beloved by our country and our people, but we also want to be able to expand its appeal to the younger demographic, to introduce our younger people to the services and to the important role that Radio Cayman plays. So it's a combination of capital and operational.
I recognize Mr. Roy.
Morning, CapSec. Thank you, Madam Chair. The 597,000, that's the operational part of it, am I correct? Operational costs?
Chief Officer.
I believe that 597 would
Yes,
actually...
yes, sir.
Through you.
That's the head that we're actually discussing.
Right.
The 2 million that comes afterwards, that's your capital, right? That's
Correct.
what you spoke to earlier.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I get that
Correct.
correct. Then my question to you is, this says expanding of the staff resourcing. How many staff members does that purchase?
Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, we're looking at an additional 10 members of staff.
Wow, okay.
Yes.
Chief Officer, perhaps you could break down those 10 so that for members' edification, if you're in a position to so do.
Indeed. Through you, Madam Chair, we're looking for 2 additional on-air announcers. As you know, Radio Cayman has to, because of the critical role it plays in providing coverage and information to the public, we provide on-air capacity from 6 a.m. until 12 a.m. There is the availability of an announcer to be able to go to the public to explain if there's a power outage, if there's a emergency that occurs at night. They are able to speak directly to the public, etc. So we're able to have information put out to the public. So that's a significant amount of airtime and coverage required for that. It's not just a matter of just programming and having music running all night. You actually have a physical human being there. So to ensure that we can have that ongoing coverage, we were looking for 2 additional on-air announcers. We're looking for an engineering assistant, 1 engineering assistant. Radio Cayman is blessed with an exceptional engineer, but he's one person. And I think his talents are well known. As you know, during one of the hurricanes that struck our sister overseas territories, he was able to go over there and get that overseas territories system up and running again, and that was their lifeline for weeks, having their local radio station up and running. He's an exceptional civil servant, and he has been requesting some assistance because obviously when he has to take vacation, he has to go on leave, etc. And it builds greater redundancy when we have an engineering assistant. We're looking for 1 additional news reporter, but with someone with video skills, because again, we want to be able to expand the offerings, to modernize what Radio Cayman is providing. And we're looking for someone who's focused on social media, news producer, someone who will work on the digital side of things, as well as 2 sales account executives. We believe that one of the unique roles of Radio Cayman is this ability to bring in revenue, and they have been performing quite well with its revenue, and we think that there's opportunities to generate additional revenue if they had 2 additional sales executives. So that is a total of the 10 staff members. There's other operational costs as well, but the lion's share of it is for staffing.
Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before speaking, sorry, let me also offer apologies for your late attendance. You had a speaking engagement as well as the Deputy Premier, and apologies was also received from Ms. Heather Borden as well as the Minister John. Ms. Heather's here, DP's here, Minister John is out for a while. Please proceed, Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the CAPSEC elaborate a little bit further on the more personnel for the on-air hours after what we call the busy time, first thing in the morning until 6? Are those on-air announcers available for further shows? Because we do have a very successful morning show and afternoon show. Will these announcers open up the opportunity for dialogue and conversation further in the evening hours. Is that the mindset behind it?
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I will turn it over to CABSEC, but suffice to say that great detail was given as we sought to actually bring Radio Cayman into 21st century as far as budgeting was concerned. And there's going to be some deep diving into the programming and schedule, but I'll turn it to CABSEC.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I don't think I can give a better answer than what you provided, but I do agree that yes, this does, with the additional announcers, yes, we do have posts for talk show hosts. That's slightly different, but we do have some of the announcers and the other team members who do hosting, and so with that additional staff, it does give us greater flexibility in being able to offer different products. I do think that we have all put our hearts and minds together to recognize that there are significant opportunities to expand beyond the current morning and afternoon format. I know that there's a desire to expand the morning format. One of the more successful shows to have that extended beyond 3 days to 5 days per week. I wish to say that we do significantly appreciate the support that the elected arm continues to show to that particular show and making themselves available to speak directly to the public. And so if we do have additional announcers available, it does open up not only additional shows, but we also recognize that there's an opportunity to change the format a bit and to take the approach of podcasting a bit more seriously. There are lots of individuals who would like to listen to shows on demand, and the podcast format gives you a much more uninterrupted conversation, so people can go back and listen to it in their own time and really get to engage and listen. And perhaps with a podcast format that might not necessarily be as interrupted by callers. It gives you more of a open dialogue to be able to speak in depth to a particular issue and share views and background. So, we want to make it far more appealing to a wider audience, because we do know that once you're a Radio Cayman fan, the loyalty remains. It's been proven that they hold their audience, but we just want to bring more members of that audience into the fold, and especially engage more with our sister islands. That's definitely a big need there to make sure that they feel the love as well and feel that connectivity to Grand Cayman, what's happening here.
Recognize Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two follow-up questions through you, Madam Chair. You said earlier, Cabinet Secretary, they plan to appeal to the younger demographic. Is there anything specific that is going to be new or different that will appeal to those newer demographics?
Recognize the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, as we are, first and foremost, we are exceedingly grateful for this opportunity to receive some additional funding to move things forward. We are still in the planning phase, but as mentioned before, we do know that from the digital perspective, Radio Cayman there's a tremendous opportunity and room for growth in terms of its digital footprint. We do know that people consume their news. Yes, Radio Cayman, many people know there's an app available on Android and iPhone. There's a Radio Cayman app, but perhaps the content, the on-demand content, definitely needs to be improved and expanded. Again, with additional resources, you can have additional hosts who bring a fresh new perspective, shows that appeal to younger people, things that deal with issues that are relevant to our younger Caymanians. And also, we do know that there is an interest in expanding the news offering to ensure that the news offering is also provided via video. So there's opportunities there. So, we have a very talented team with our news director and the team of reporters there, and they have the capacity. And with these additional resources, if we'll be so blessed with them, we will use them to ensure then that, again, video, digital, and in terms of the programming, it has that greater appeal to younger persons. So I don't have all the details yet, because we're just working on that at this point in time. But we're happy to engage with our elected arm to gain your support and to gain your advice and your views on what would work for our wider community, especially our younger people.
Ask question, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to say that obviously I fully support Radio Cayman. I've been a major advocate, and I wish that we could afford to give them more, because I know the value proposition of what Radio Cayman does for the Cayman Islands. So your team has I have all the confidence in them. I just want to see a wider a reach for the younger demographics, so to understand that. I would encourage to consider coming out the scope of where we're at right now and consider even using influencers. I'm happy to hear about the podcast options. But my last question is simply this. Can you tell us what platforms you're on right now? For example, what podcast offerings, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, what platforms you're currently on, and if you know ones that you're planning to get to. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Capsec.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the hope of not missing out any, I would like to ask that the Deputy Director or Acting Director for Radio Cayman just provide that additional information. I do have, and I know which ones we're on, but I do know we have been testing out one or two of the podcast options at this point in time, but I would give way to the Acting Director to be able to provide those additional details onto the various platforms that we're on.
Recognize the Acting Deputy Director. Please state your name and position for the record.
My name is Paulette Connolly Bailey. I'm the Acting Director of Radio Cayman. And Madam Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister, we presently use Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, which is now X, and TikTok, and YouTube.
Thank you. I shall now put the question. All those in favor of CB 021, broadcasting for public information on air programs for an amount of $597,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Honourable members, let us look at the next item of the schedule for 2024 financial year. That is EI 36, Cabinet Office for $2,003,000. Are there any questions on this item? Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to confirm from our understanding earlier that is this also just Radio Cayman, or does it, okay.
Yes, just Radio Cayman Capital. If there are no questions, I shall put the question.
Madam,
sorry, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, so I just wanted to a brief comment, and just to say that we certainly appreciate Radio Cayman. It's like very similar to the DEH and the hard-working team that collect the garbage, and NRA, the guys that fix the potholes, etc. We take them for granted until something goes wrong, and then we appreciate them even more. So having Radio Cayman there as a reliable source of information, in particular during times of oncoming inclement weather and other disasters. We just want to say how much we appreciate their hard efforts and their continued support to our community, and happy to see that they're getting these upgrades.
Thank you. I recognize Mr. Chris Saunders, followed by Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to you. Through you, Madam Chair, just a quick question. With regards to the studio refurbishment, is that just for the radio, or is the government looking at maybe adding maybe a TV station or something included in this in terms of the refurbishment? Or is it just radio?
That is for the radio, but I'll ask CABSEC, although I know the answer, to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indeed, it is focused on radio, but one of the things that we do wish to improve is the video capacity. So obviously, the studio should be properly fitted out with cameras, and we want to have cameras in additional studios as well. So whatever format is, you can conduct interviews in any of the studios. We also want to have cameras available for the news directors team. As you know, the news team, they actually record their news on the second floor. So it's allowing them to be able to put their faces to the news and information that's being provided. We do know that what works well in our world today is people not only having a trusted voice, but a trusted face speaking to them. And I think that we can all agree that over the years, in its 48-year history, we're getting up close to the 50th anniversary of Radio Cayman. Their announcers and news reporters have been trusted individuals in this community. So it's standard issue. All radio stations of their ilk provide video coverage as well. And of course, there's no doubt the studio itself needs some refreshing, bringing up to the times and modernization. And so there will be video equipment in addition to the refurbishment of the studio itself.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, is there any appetite or to exploring going back into the TV business, like a public broadcasting station or anything like that? Is there an appetite for it?
CABSEC.
Well, through you, Madam Chair, I do see the absolute value in additional television. As you know, CIGTV, which is on the communication side, the Department of Communication side, government's own station will be limited. I think that's a question that would have to be addressed, through multiple avenues. For a public broadcasting to work, you would have to also kind of have must-carry requirements for the other television providers. I think that would be essential. There is potentially, I do think there's potential for an analysis of the market. We all feel the need for it. I think everyone misses the predecessor, which provided such a essential service to the country. But in its current format, Radio Cayman, significant investment would be needed to make that work. And the model would need to be significantly changed, whether or not Radio Cayman is part of a network where you have like a PBS, which deals with the television side, and an NPR, which deals with the radio side. I'm using that American analogy to try and show equivalence between Cayman and the US. Radio Cayman would fulfill the role of an NPR, whereas the television side of it, I think there's individuals in here who are far more qualified than I to speak to this, but the amount of money that's required to run a station and to have the significant programming to keep people's interest, you're talking about a significant investment. Now, are people in the country desirous of that? I do think that there is definitely demand for it. And if you combine it with the growing local film industry local production, giving them a channel and opportunity to provide content, I think there are opportunities there, but that would be a completely different proposition than what we have in front of us today.
Recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Cabinet Secretary. CabSec, can you tell us when you anticipate that these refurbishments will be completed or undertaken?
Besides yesterday, I'll now turn it to the CabSec.
We are moving with great pace through you, Madam Chair. We are moving forward with quotes. Some of these things are small and minor, some are significant, but we do need to move very quickly. We do know that this funding has an expiration date, and we do not want to come near to that expiration date, so we're going to move with haste and pace.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on EI 36 for the amount of $2,003,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at the next item on the schedule, OE 151. And while we're looking at that, I'd like to thank CabSec and Radio Cayman staff, the financial staff that was here, for their valuable contribution. We look forward to Radio Cayman being enhanced and improved in the public's interest, as it is desirable from a holistic perspective. Thank you very much, CabSec. OE I-51, contribution to the relocation costs of the Public Service Pension Board for the amount of $350,000. Are there any questions on this item? If no, I'll put the vote on OE 151, relocation costs, contributions for the Public Service Pension Board for an amount of $350,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at the next item on the schedule, EA9, land purchases, gazetted claims for an amount of $200,000. I'll ask for the Acting Chief Officer for Lands to please take his position and state his name, as well as his position for the record. Are there any questions on this item? I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, through you to the Chief Officer. Do these appropriations, it is quite significant what we had originally approved in December. Does this take care of all the gazetted claims that are outstanding at this time?
Recognize the Acting Chief Officer.
Wilbur Welcome, Acting Chief Officer, Ministry of District Administration and Lands. The short answer is no, and the reason being is claims are settled over many years in certain circumstances, so we have many outstanding claims. The appropriations that you see before you are to settle claims that have been agreed, where the compensation has been agreed between the government and the landowner. We still have other outstanding claims that predate many of the previous administrations, and we have claims that are new and fresh that are being negotiated as well. I will add to that we are working on amending the framework to set parameters around the time to settle claims to provide more certainty to landowners and also for the budgeting process.
If there are no other questions, I'll put the question. All those in favor of EA9, land purchases, gazetted claims, and the amount of $200,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at the next item on the schedule. Thank you, Acting Chief Officer. FSC 20, Framework for the Functioning of Financial Services Industry for the amount of $99,167. I recognize the Honorable DP to respond, but if there are no questions, I will quickly put the question. All those in favor of FSC 20 and the amount of $99,167, $167, please say aye. Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at the next item, FSC 22. Registers of corporate intellectual property and vital information for an amount of $305,667. Are there any questions? If not, I'll put the vote. All those in favor of FSC 22, registers of corporate intellectual property and vital information for an amount of $305,666, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at FSC 23, International Cooperation in Tax Matters for an amount of $53,167. Are there any questions? If not, I'll put the question. All those in favor for supplementary expenditure for FSC 23, International Cooperation in Tax Matters for an amount of $53,167, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look now at FSC 36, Trade and Commerce Licensing and Supervision, an amount of $127,750. I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, can you tell us when is the 5th round mutual evaluation scheduled to take place?
Recognize Honorable DP.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, member, for the question. We have received a preliminary notice from the FATF that it's likely that Cayman would feature in Q4 of 2027. But the 5th round itself for all countries commences in 2026. So where we would fit in the schedule, what we've been told so far would be Q4 2027. However, I should hasten to add that there have been a few rule changes, whereas previously you could pass legislation up until the date the assessors landed. They now only count legislation and processes put in place 6 months prior to them landing.
I recognize for supplementary Mr. Roy McTaggart.
And at this time, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, are there specific legislation changes that are likely to be needed before we get into the actual evaluation framework and looking at that?
Recognize Honorable DP.
Through you, Madam Chair, undoubtedly.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question to FSC 36 in the amount of $127,750. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look at the next item, MOA 12, Regulation of Financial Services Industry for an amount of $1,150,000. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I will put the vote. I recognize Leader of the Opposition, followed by Mr. Roy McTaggart.
I give way.
Mr. Roy McTaggart, Leader, has given way to you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you to the Leader. Madam Chair, I just wanted to understand and know, when you talk, this thing speaks to greater support for the reinsurance sector. Are we looking at additional staff at SEMA in order to do this, or some other type of resources?
Recognize Honorable DP.
Through you, Madam Chair, precisely. Because the number of reinsurance applications are ever increasing, the legitimate concern of the authority in the insurance division is that if they're unable to meet the demand, it might then dissuade the business that's coming to say, well, the regulator is unable to manage the application process. So if we are going to be able to handle the amount of flow that is coming, which is a good thing, because these are large reinsurance firms that bring staff boots on the ground, hire local populace to fulfill. We actually have a few Caymanians that have qualified as actuaries who have now been hired by the largest category, which is Class D, who are offering jobs now. So there's a much wider economic impact by this very highly regulated institutional type business. And we need to ensure that the Monetary Authority has enough posts in the insurance division, because these applications are actually more complex than what they normally see. So it requires additional staff.
I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Through you then to the Minister as well. Can you say how many staff you're actually looking to hire to service the reinsurance sector?
Honourable Deputy Premier.
I think they would try to initially start with 3 or 4 new posts that are highly specialized in insurance. Plus, we're also within that funding are also trying to do some appropriate promotion of the industry as well to show that we can handle it. In this space, when I was traveling last in New York, insurance publications aren't as familiar with Cayman as, say, investment fund publications. So we're having to do a number of basic messaging on what Cayman can offer, what our tax model is based on, in a way that they're not as up to speed as if you were speaking to an investment funds publication.
Recognize again Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Final question from me. Is SEMA then looking now to hire in additional resources in advance of the 5th round mutual evaluation? And how many, if you know the number?
Honourable DP.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so this appropriation is a mix of both reinsurance and preparation for the 5th round. If they can stretch it, if they would like to hire as many as they can, but I think they're at least trying to get 5 to 8 posts.
I recognize Mr. Chris, the Leader of Opposition, you still wish to ask. Recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you. Is the salaries being paid by SEMA competitive enough to attract Caymanians from the financial services industry to actually work at SEMA?
Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Chair, through you, if I channel the MD from SEMA to the member for Bodden Town West, she would say no.
There's a reason I thank you very much.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the reason I actually asked that question is that I recognize what the intention of public authorities law, but at some point, when you look at the growth in SEMA, and in terms of the amount of Caymanians and recognizing how competitive the financial services industry is for talent, at some point I think we need to have that adult conversation in the room where we need to see more Caymanian regulators. And if we have to go and pay what the market is to attract our own people as regulators, I think it's something that we need to. But one of the feedbacks I do get from many people that are regulated by SEMA is that there are too many non-Caymanians basically now becoming the face in terms of going out in the field for SEMA. And I think that is something that needs to be addressed.
Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Chair, I couldn't welcome the member's interest and query more. We didn't talk about this, but he's absolutely right. To emphasize the point, there are Caymanians who are bright, talented, who've made their way up to the mid-level of the Monetary Authority, but then get attracted by very attractive packages from the private sector. And it's really difficult, particularly in an economic climate such as this, to say no. We are in the process of preparing to approach the portfolio of the civil service to see if there can be modest modifications made to the Public Authorities Act, particularly for authorities that do not need supplementary funding unless it's to prepare for unusual events or an assessment, but can afford on their balance sheets to pay higher salaries to allow them to do so, to retain greater Caymanian talent, so it's not given only to the private sector.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on MOA 12, $1,150,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look now to EI 67, Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce, for an amount of $500,000. Are there any questions? Recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. Minister, this IT equipment that will be acquired for the beneficial ownership transfer to implement the BOT Act, is this standalone equipment that has to be put in place in order to handle requests or interrogation of beneficial ownership type information?
Honorable Deputy Premier.
Through you, Madam Chair, it may be better to say it's more specialized equipment than that's in stock now. There may still be some connectivity to the wider system, but it's particular software that is needed for the sensitive information that it's going to contain, and some hardware is going to be needed.
If there are no further questions, I'll put a vote on EI 67, Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce, for the amount of $500,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it.
Madam Chair.
Recognize Honorable Deputy Premier.
Just 2 quick points. One, to thank all members of the House for their support. And if these agencies are successful in recruiting posts for these very critical needs, there may be a need for additional funding in 2025 to support the post.
Duly noted, thank you. Turning now to TP 41, financial assistance in amount of $4.6 million. Are there any questions? TP 41, page 19. Well, sorry, page 8 on yours.
I have a question.
Recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
And thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Member. I'm looking at the government's budget for 2024-2025, and I noticed the TP 41 in the planning estimates. For 2022, the actual amount was just under 18 million, and for 2023, it was forecasted at 16 million in terms of TP 41. And now I'm realizing for 2024, it's going to be up almost to 26 million. So we're talking about a forecast of 16 million in 2023 to 26 million almost in 2024. That's like a $10 million jump in the space of between the forecast of 23 and the forecast of 2024. I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, I do recognize a lot of people do need assistance, and I can tell you the team at NAU do a phenomenal job. But I'm just trying to figure out this big jump. I mean, what's driving it? How many people are we talking about? And this goes back again now to the structural issues that I'm having in terms of our overall society. But I'll wait on the answer from the Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Premier.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank the member for the question, which is a good one. We could get to the numbers, but the numbers really haven't grown. It's the amount of services that we're providing. So for the first time, as we're revamping the financial assistance system, the qualification thresholds in key areas have increased. So whereas before, if you were a single person and your salary was $3,000 and under, then you were then qualified for assistance. But we were recognizing there are households that have 4 to 7 people in them and only one person working. So we expanded the criteria so that you could make up to 4,000. That allowed more people into the system. In addition to that, there are new services to allow folks to try to remove the barriers of why they're not working. So we started to introduce to pay for internet, transportation, and phone to be able to allow them to be able to communicate with employers to try to find employment. And then there was a very large pain point in the process for accommodation. Because we don't have what I would describe as transitional or social housing that government manages, the shelter accommodation relies on private sector landlords. Private sector landlords have a whole lot of range of options they do in 2024 than they might have had in 1984. And they're now into Airbnb. So properties can go in a blink of an eye. So by the time the individual and applicant is vetted by NEU that they're approved for the property, it may be gone. So what we've done is introduce a one-time rental deposit and pay that, so when the property is secured, they can at least secure the property for the person, because if the person can't afford rent, then they can't afford the rental deposit. It is only one time, because what we're trying to do is introduce a level of accountability, that you care for the property that when you're in it. So it's not a continuing, but it is one time, but that's another added cost. In addition to that, it also reflects the numbers of where we've increased to $12.50 is now starting to play out in the numbers. And we're also introducing increased amounts of food and gas and utility to reflect the cost of living.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for that. And Madam Chair, I'm just going to act indulgent, and this is a general comment to all members in this honorable house.
Once the general comment doesn't go until
No,
11:30.
No, it won't. But
Okay.
in a nutshell, it's a 10 million jump, literally almost from 23 to 24. And the point I'm making is that we have a culture where we have privatized profit and socialized losses in this country. And the private sector really need to do more in terms of helping people, especially after they retire. Because between this vote, NGS 55 and HEA 2, those numbers are growing by leaps and bounds, and it's going to be a bigger challenge for future governments. So this is something where we really need to nip in the bud, because these growth rates are just unsustainable. That's all I need to say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I recognize Mr. Bush, Makiva
Chair,
Bush.
I just want to put on record my appreciation, I'm sure appreciation of other members for the work that Ms. Tammy and her offices and officers do. We know they have a difficult time in dealing. We are witnessing an aging population that are really not able to take care of themselves, and we are trying hard to match their deficits in the different aspects, whether it's housing or whether it is their monthly bills, but that is happening. And so we need to recognize that and make some sort of another plan. I think the minister is working on that now, but I do want to put on record mine, as I said, other members, I think, appreciation for the work that the officers do.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just to say, and I speak personally, if I call them weekend, or I call them on their holiday, or a holiday, public holiday, Ms. Tammy answers, and we'll get back. That is very important for me to say.
Thank you. Do acknowledge, I'm sure she is most appreciative, as well as the Deputy Premier. I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, I note from this paper that you've actually utilized or brought forward $6 million from the 2025 budget, and that has been used in 2024. The 4.6 that you are seeking now, is that to just cover expenditure from now to the end of the year, or are you using some of this to replenish your 2025 budget, so to speak?
Honourable Deputy Premier.
Through you, Madam Chair, astute observation, that is to cover to the end of this year.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question to TP 41 for $4.6 million. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Moving on to
Madam Chair.
Honourable Deputy Premier.
I just want to thank all members of the House for their support. I think the needs were recognized by the member for Bodentown West. They are real. People are hurting, and the department is doing the best they can. And I appreciate the member for West Bay West recognizing the efforts of the department, which, as of yesterday, will no longer be called NEU, is now the Department of Financial Assistance.
Thank you. You have one remaining, Deputy Premier, TP 47, ex gratia benefit payments to seafarers and veterans for $2.2 million. Are there any questions? Recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the honourable member. Just recognizing Christmas is around the corner, and a lot of our retirees are still struggling to some extent in terms of the cost of living and everything else. Does this amount include anything, I guess, a one-off payment for the Christmas or anything like that?
If I didn't know you must have been a former Minister of Finance. I recognize Honourable Deputy Premier.
We're so aligned, Madam Chair, through you. The member and I are so aligned on this, and also financial assistance. I wonder if he has a bug in my office. But yes, we did account for a bit of a Christmas uplift at one-off this year, as we've done, I think, every year since this administration.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Chris Saunders.
Just since we're on the issue, Madam Chair, of a Christmas uplift, and I know they had a great announcement yesterday, would we be looking at a Christmas uplift for the General Civil Service also?
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. We'll be looking at Watch the Space.
I can live with that. Thank you.
Now, I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ask a similar question, just for confirmation purposes, that the 2.2 million is all to be spent in 2024 and not replenish anything that has been drawn from 2025. That correct?
Honourable Deputy Premier.
Madam Chair, through you, yes.
So,
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Final question from me then. So, I mean, it's clear then we have to anticipate that you'll be coming back in 2025 for additional funding for these two appropriations.
I recognize Deputy Premier.
Undoubtedly.
If there are no further questions, I recognize Honourable Minister for Tourism. I take it you're going to congratulate the DP. Are there any further questions? Honourable Catherine Wilkes, am I catching your eye? Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote. TP 47 ex gratia benefit payments for 2.2 million for the seafarers and veterans. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Deputy Premier.
Again, just to thank members, all the members of the House, for their support, particularly for these seniors and seafarers and veterans that have done and performed important work for the country in their history. To not let the moment has passed to answer the member for Georgetown West, just for his note and for public consumption. The number of households being serviced by the Department of Financial Assistance right now is just over 1,900, and that equates to almost 4,500 individuals. And we are as at October, 886 seafarers and veterans, just for public consumption.
Thank you, Deputy Premier. We're moving on now, members, to EI 11, Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture. And I would just want to check to see if Chief Officer Howell is here, but in the meantime,
he's here.
I'll recognize P.S. McKeever Bush, who will stand instead of the Honourable Dwayne Seymour, who, as I indicated earlier, is not able to be here at this time. Over to you, P.S. Bush.
Yes, the Chief Officer is here, as you see him entering the chamber. And if there are any questions, he will take the questions. I do have an observation. I don't think it's more for the Chief Officer. I don't know. Maybe it is the Deputy
Can I just put it first, and then I'll recognize you, sir? All right. EI 11, Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture, for the amount of 1,600. I recognize P.S. Bush to continue his comments.
Madam Chair, members will all see what the position is, what is being asked. And I recall some time ago there was questions surrounding the framework from which these matters to do with migrants and the agreement with Cuba. And I don't know whether I said whether our chief officer or whether the deputy governor can say if there has been any work done on the matter. Mostly I want to find out about how and when these migrants are to move on.
I recognize Chief Officer Howell.
Where are you going down with her?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Wesley Howell, Chief Officer for the Ministry of Border Control, Labor and Culture. Madam Chair, I can share with the committee that the relations between the Cayman Islands and the government of Cuba as it relates to irregular migrants has been operating smoothly. We have repatriated many of the migrants who we've had in our jurisdiction seeking asylum once their matters are disposed of through our processes and legislation. We've been able to repatriate them to Cuba, including 2 earlier this week. So we're now less than 30 individuals in our care and custody who are going through the asylum process through the appeals process.
I recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, quick question. I do recognize that part of Cayman's policy in dealing with Cuban migrants is pretty much an extension of the UK's policy. Are we seeking to get any assistance or financial assistance from the UK to help with these facilities?
I recognize the Chief Officer.
Madam Chair, that's a loaded question. I can say that the UK has been supportive as it relates to policy and training and some other things, but we haven't approached them for any financial assistance at this time.
I take it as saying they have not offered as well. I recognize Mr. Chris Saunders, and I apologize to the Leader of Opposition. I did not catch your eye. He will follow you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity then, in terms of these facilities that's being built for Cuban migrants, if and when we don't have this issue anymore dealing with, what is the goal then for those facilities? Because, I mean, I know a lot of locals that actually need housing assistance, and I know there's none in the schedule, so I'm just curious, is that something that we can convert to local use, like remove the fences or something, and have it used for something else?
Thank you, Mr. Chris Saunders. I know you're an optimist, but the chances of Cuba going from communist to democracy is very aspirational. Chief Officer Howell.
Madam Chair, the issues that we have when we raised the matter also included other threats within the region, persons making their way here from Haiti. We've seen them come as close as Jamaica recently, persons from Venezuela and other places south of us. But I can say in general, the current site that the detention center is on is actually being shared with the prison for some of their low-risk persons who are doing re-entry type bit. So we have demonstrated in the past that we actually do utilize the facilities where there's flexibility to do so. But what we are facing and the risk that we have to our security is we could be overwhelmed at any point with vessels coming in. The ones coming from Haiti in particular tend to be carrying more persons than the little vessels that we get from Cuba from time to time. So it would not be unheard of to have a vessel with 50 or 100 persons coming in. That is what our sister territory of TCI is grappling with at this time as they head that direction.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Chief Officer. Good morning, Chief Officer. Would the Chief Officer just update us on the 2.4 million? Is that the total cost or partial cost of the facility? What stage are we at the moment? And remind us of the location.
I recognize the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Leader of the Opposition for that question. The location, Madam Chair, is the current site of what was known as the Immigration Detention Center. So for geography, it's the land immediately between the Police Detention Center and Fairbanks Prison. That land has already been zoned and gazetted for these types of purposes. And in effect, that the existing site was damaged by arson caused by inmates at that, not inmates, but detainees at that particular time. So we're actually having to rebuild and harden a facility that would be fit for purpose for detaining persons who don't have any means of being released into the community, and we have to do our best to protect the community from those individuals. Sorry, yeah. Madam Chair, I didn't answer the second part. From a funding perspective, we do have a small amount of funding. I think it's in the region of $500,000 that we have been using to do a lot of the planning, drafting, engineering work, and that, along with this supplementary, is projected to complete the works there.
In a follow-up from the Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, just to confirm, so we're just still in planning stages at the moment.
Recognize the Chief Officer.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I can confirm that we're working diligently with the Public Works Department and external engineers, and we're also working very closely with our colleagues from Her Majesty's or His Majesty's Prison, who have been guiding us in relation to fit for purpose security interventions that we should be using there.
I recognize Honourable Wayne Panton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, the numbers that that Mr. Howell has indicated in terms of, I think he said 30, around 30, 35 that were current. That is an excellent or reduction in the overall numbers. I'm curious if he could clarify for us what sort of numbers are we looking to be able to address. I know we've had the challenges in the past. Back in the late 90s, we had 1,000. Are we looking to, what sort of indication can you give us as to how many we're looking to address? I mean, clearly there are situations where these things are going to develop in an unpredictable way, but this is a lot of money. We'd like to know, how many we're looking to cover, and I agree with our earlier comments as to how we can convert this if we are successful in eliminating that last 30 or 35, such that we have nobody in there. We're in an excellent position to be in, but then what do we do if we have this investment?
I recognize the Chief Officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the member from Newlands who raised that question. the current plans that we have includes sort of permanent housing for up to 200 within structures. We then also have within the existing footprint space for another 50, but we also have additional tents that once that number is exceeded, we could expand into that. And to put that into context in terms of our volumes, that number is similar to the number that we have in our Northward facility, just over 200 individuals. So the capacity is quite similar. Granted that the design of the detention center is not the same level of a prison, so the housing is much denser in relation to that. Bunks, sort of dormitory style. But we've also been guided by the chief medical officer and have carved out specific places to do isolation, quarantine for persons who are coming in not sure what infectious diseases they may have. So all those bits are included, as well as medical facilities and interview facilities for our CBC staff who have been doing an amazing job in processing the migrants as they come and go through our legal process.
Is there follow-up, honourable member?
Madam Chair, no, just to thank Mr. Howell for his clear answer in respect to that. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question to EI 11, Ministry of Border Control, Labour and Culture, for an amount of $2,406,600. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. P.S. McKeever-Bush, would you like to?
Just to thank the chief officer for all this information this morning, and of course to thank members for their support. Of course, also to thank staff for their continued good work.
Thank you, members. Let us now look at the next item on the schedule for the 2024 financial year, being OE 138, notice to proceed expenses with ISWIMS for an amount of $3.5 million. Are there any questions? Recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if the Honourable Minister could provide us with some background to this and make sure that it's not a typo, that it not supposed to read notice not to proceed.
I recognize Honourable Catherine Wilkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, in terms of background, these are services that have previously been rendered that would have been looped into the unitary charge. Hence, the reason why it is supplementary is because it wouldn't have been contemplated under the previous budget cycle.
If there are no further questions, I will put the question to OE 138, notice to proceed expenses, ISWIMS, for an amount of $3.5 million. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Honourable Minister, you wish to thank your team.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although they are not here at the moment, I would like to thank the team for all of their hard work.
Thank you. Moving on then to PAH1, advice and support to the Minister for Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development for $550,000. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, shall I put the vote? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. PAH10, management of government properties, and the amount of $357,000. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. PAH 11, procurement and maintenance of government fleet for an amount of $274,000. Are there any questions? Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. I see here that this is attributed to the unforeseen increase in the prices of fuel and usage rates. The original appropriation of $4.5 million works out to roughly about $375,000 a month, I think. Will this $274,000 be adequate enough to take you through to the end of the financial year?
Recognize Honourable Minister for PI.
Madam Chair, that's what I've been told, yes.
Are there any further questions? If not, I'll put the vote for PAH 11, procurement and maintenance of government fleet for an amount of $274,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. PAH 14, management of planning applications for an amount of $713,000. Are there any questions? Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister. And I see that this is to cover the unbudgeted legal expenses incurred during to the litigation between the Department of Planning and the National Conservation Council, which we all feel is quite unfortunate. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether or not this is ongoing or has the matter been completed?
Minister of PI.
Madam Chair, through you, the matter is still ongoing.
In that case, I will not allow any further questions on that, as it would fall within the realm of sub judice. Recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Just in terms of planning revenues forecast for this year, what are we looking at for 2024, and how would that compare to 2023?
Honourable Minister Pai. We would welcome the Director of Planning, who will assume his position and state his name and position as he assists Honourable Minister. Mr. Director of Planning. Mr. Chris Saunders, perhaps it will help if you repeat the question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. In terms of planning revenues for this year, what's the forecast looking like for 2024? And how does that compare to 2023?
Can I ask the Director?
Good morning, Madam Chair, and my apologies. Haroon Pandiri, Director of Planning. In response to the question from the member, their forecasted revenues for 2024 are expected to be down about 40%.
I think he also asked for a comparative analysis to 23 and 24, if you're in a position to respond.
Yes, Madam Chair. Could I just crave your indulgence for a few minutes? I'll speak with the CFO and then we'll be able to provide that.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, through you...
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, in the interest of time, one of my follow-up questions is going to be on the amount that's collected by planning, how much of it relates to fines? And in terms of those fines, how much of them are from small individuals? Because I'm getting a lot of issues being raised by my constituents now with a lot of these planning issues.
All right, thank you. But be prepared to repeat it because I think it was otherwise occupied when you asked it. Mr. Director, you can proceed.
My apologies, Madam Chair. Can I ask if the member would repeat the question?
Sure.
As anticipated, please repeat your question.
No, that's fine. No, I'm trying to also figure out in terms of the amount of money collected from planning, how much of it, what percentage of it comes from fines, and then equally, if we were to put in a 10 or 15% addition that people are allowed to have, how much of those fines would literally go away? Is ultimately what I'm trying to get at.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair. To the member, I don't have the specific breakdown as to the revenue amounts that are attributed to fines for what we term to be after-the-fact applications. So I would endeavor to get that to you at a later date if that would be acceptable.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Madam Chair, that's actually acceptable. And the one thing I would also like the ministry to do as a kind of analysis is that those after the facts, I know we're looking at allowing maybe to go back to where people can do the 10% increase without planning permission on their properties. If we were to do that, how much of that after the fact would probably go away?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair. I would hesitate to say, sir, that the percentage of the applications that would actually be removed would be fairly minor. The 10% addition, just to recap that, gave persons the ability to do a one-time addition to their homes, as the name suggests, of up to 10% of the square footage of the house. It had a number of other restrictions to it. It had to be on a single story, had to meet setbacks, etc. The majority of the cases that we're seeing now that are attracting after the fact or sort of compliance cases are actually the addition of additional units to houses. So those types of developments would not have actually been covered under the previous, and I do appreciate obviously it could be changed, but would not have been covered under the previous definition of the 10% additions. So a lot of the fees and penalties that are when persons add additional units onto their houses, ancillary, turning what was previously a house into a triplex or a quadruplex, those are where we're seeing the fees be generated. These four rent units, not actual additions to houses.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. I know there's a situation where there's one person where the square footage didn't move, other than the fact that kids went off to school and the parents repartitioned the house to rent it out to make extra money. But then they also got in trouble just for doing that.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, sir. So in that case, because you would have had a change of use from the house from what was previously a single-family home to, if it wasn't one additional unit, it would have become a duplex. That would have been outside of the parameters for a 10% addition. Yes, sir. Although the square footage does not change, it does change the configuration of the house. It does change, it now introduces a number of required safety features, such as a fire separation wall between the two units. So that has to introduce a 1-hour fire separation wall that extends from the foundation up through to the underside of the roof. It then requires a separation of the electrical service so that each side has its own individual panel box. If not, we run into a situation where if there is a fire on one side, it would not be detected because the unit doesn't have an integrated fire alarm per se. It would not be detected until it breached into the other side. Similar, if there was an electrical emergency in one side of the unit, if the panel box is located in the other unit and secured, they would not be able to turn off the power at the time to negate the emergency. So it does add those safety factors, and that's why it changes it from being a single-family home to that of a duplex.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I get that, but I'm talking about people who are convert like garages, which is already part of an existing house. And the reason why I'm raising this is that we do have a housing shortage in terms of accommodations. And we need to find ways to make it easier if someone even wants to hustle something extra on the side, where they don't have to go through this long, convoluted process, because in some cases they're actually helping in terms of dealing with the housing shortage that we have right now. So, in this, going back to the situation that I'm using, the child went off to school and they just decided to rent a room out inside the house. And then all of a sudden, that became a big thing where they needed this, and all that kind of stuff, because somebody decided to snitch them out. And that's why you gotta be careful who you bring inside your homes too, by the way, to say that to people. But that's what I'm trying to get at, is what it is that we can do to make it easier if someone wants to even just rent a one room or convert a garage. Is it something that we need to change in the regulations or something to make it easier for people? But I think we just need to remove some of the red tape to some extent, and that's what I'm trying to get at. What can we do to help?
Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so through the development plan review process, we are looking at a number of ways, such as the creation of zones that would allow the creation of ancillary units or ancillary living spaces. As you said, the conversion of a garage into a living unit. Now, a lot of that comes down to that sort of configuration and whether or not the persons within that building are still living as a contiguous family unit, or if you start to separate that, that's where those life safety measures come into play, because one person or group on one side has limited control or interaction as to what is occurring on the other side, and that's where those, as I said before, the firewall is required to be instituted, the separation of the electrical system, and then from just sort of a general planning situation and sort of managing the interactions with people, you then get into the question of density, because then we have additional cars being parked on the property, the management of those cars, just the general interaction, and not ensuring that if we are going to change the character of a neighborhood, that the persons who are residing in that neighborhood do have an opportunity to comment on that, and that in the event that it would result in a negative effect on their quality of life, that they are at least given an opportunity to put their case forward to the Central Planning Authority when they're considering that change.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the question on PAH 14, Management of Planning Applications, for an amount of $713,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us look now at the next item on the schedule for 2024 financial year, PAH 16, licensing of drivers and vehicles for an amount of $313,000. Are there any question? I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, could let us know where we are on the percentage-wise, where we are on the plate conversion, that being from the old yellow plates to the white plates, as we still see remnants of yellow plates around. Just interested to know where we are with that.
Recognize Mr. Tristan Heights, who has delegated it to Mr. David Dixon. Please state your name and position, Mr. Dixon. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Name is David Dixon, Director of Vehicle Licensing. In answer to the honourable member's opposition, as of the 25th of July this year, we've replated 36,520 vehicles, with a remainder of 1,448, which was an increase of 6,742 vehicles from the October 2022 statistics. And then as of today's date, there's 36,724 replated, relieving 1,326, an increase of 204 from July of this year.
Is there a follow-up, Leader of the Opposition? Please
Yes,
proceed.
thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the Director. Director, I remember some time back, and actually when I was a minister with the responsibility, we had a couple of ideas to drive once we had the plates, which was always a challenge during that time because of the continued increase in the amount of vehicles being imported. But we discussed a few events around trying to catch up with the replating of those still with the old yellow plates. Is there any consideration for those types of events? And just to let the others know, we talked about maybe Saturday mornings at Lion Center or something like that where people can come in and get their vehicles replated so that we're all onto the digital reading plates.
So, Mr. Director Dixon.
Madam Chair, through you to the honourable member, we had a plate drive the earlier part this year, which ended in May. And the reason why that we ended it was not cost effective. Running Saturdays with paying overtime to staff. We were running 7 staff, and it was not feasible. And when you look at the plate numbers that were coming in, they were only about 5 or 10 vehicles per Saturday, so we had to stop it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's been 8 years. 8 years since we transitioned to the digital plates.
Madam Chair, to you, to the honourable member.
Director Dixon.
Yes, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, that is correct. But the remainder of the 1,300 vehicles could either fall as being terminated or suspended vehicles. But we still continue through our counter to replate those vehicles. Hence the reason why I said earlier that since July of this year to October, we replated an additional 204 vehicles.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Mr. Dixon for that answer, the Director for that answer. That my question was going to be, well, how do we address the remaining? But from what I'm understanding, then it is fair to say that we are in a position to replate everyone, and if persons aren't replated at this time, it could be because they have not renewed their licensing and are driving illegally on the road.
Director Dixon.
Madam Chair, to you, to the honourable member, that may be a correct assumption. However, the police are still active in terms of doing their roadblocks. If you noted this, just this week and last week, we've seen a significant increase of vehicles coming into our facility to be licensed and registered.
If there are no further questions, I recognize Honourable Wayne Panta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, I wonder if I could just ask Mr. Dixon to thank him for his answers first on previous questions, but to ask him to confirm whether the reader systems that have been installed at I think just east of the what's it called, the Tomlinson roundabout, or the roundabout by Prospect, are those operational now?
I recognize Director Dixon.
Madam Chair, to you, to the honourable member, that gantry has not been activated as yet. It is a work in progress. We've got additional hardware, software on the way to complete that fit out.
Follow up by the Honourable Wayne Panta.
Thank you, Madam. Just as a follow-up, do we have a timeline on when that will be completed so that we can realize the full benefits of the system that has been implemented, which won't be achieved with, without having everything operational?
Director Dixon.
Madam Chair, to you, to the honourable member, we do expect a complete fit-out by Q1 of 2025.
If there are no further follow-ups, I'll put the question. PA816, licensing of drivers and vehicles for an amount of $313,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Turning now to PA824, agriculture support and regulatory services for an amount of $2.362 million. Are there any questions? I recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the Honourable Minister. First of all, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for all the work and all the progress that he's been doing in agriculture. We can definitely see some big differences that he has made. One question I do have, Madam Chair, through the Minister, and recognizing even the description that we had, are there any plans? I know we had spoke about writing off some of the amounts that was owed by farmers to the Agricultural Department. Is that something that we're still looking at doing? And if so, when do we anticipate that we'd probably write off and give some of the farmers a relief from this, I guess, debt that they have outstanding that we know they won't be able to pay?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, the member for Borden West is correct. We are looking at writing, bringing a cabinet paper shortly to be able to look at some of the debt for some of the farmers to be able to write them off.
I'm fine with subsidizing farming just like every other country around the world, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just looking at this appropriation, it's to cover the surge in overall demand for agricultural products as well as continuing rise, and it's about a 20% increase in the appropriation. I would actually just like to give the team an opportunity to speak to this and maybe give the committee an idea of the growth in agriculture versus how much of it is a cost increase in materials.
I'll recognize the Acting Director of Agriculture. Please state your name and position, although we know it.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Brian Critchlow, Acting Director for the Department of Agriculture. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It is a combination of factors in this particular instance. Yes, sir, the growth in the sector has contributed to increase in demand, but in addition to growth, this year in particular, we experienced a very extensive drought period, which in that stage saw a significant increase in demand for livestock feeds. We saw a doubling in demand for forage, as well as an increase in demand for what we would complete feeds, or some people would say a bag feed. We've also seen interesting increase in demand from Cayman brack, where we used to send one container at a time. Now that is doubled to 2 containers almost every shipment. So I think it's both increase in animals and maybe access to space. In general, some of the feed prices have gone up, some have stayed relative, but of course you have other costs in this, not just feed. There are fertilizers and pesticides, and of course we know with rising costs of living, those prices have gone up as well, as do freight. So it's a combination of factors, sir, that led to this increase requirement to continue to supply feed and fertilizers, pesticides, etc., to the farming community.
I recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I thank the Acting Director for his response, and I think since the last time we were here, I wanted to say thanks for implementing the ability to use your debit card at the windows and for the second window as well. Being a regular visitor there to pick up feed, you no longer have to put aside an entire day and remember to go to the ATM to get cash before that. So appreciate it.
If there are no further, sorry, Honourable Wayne Paddon, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, could I just ask the Director if he could give us a breakdown as to the proportion of this increase relating to animal farming or animal husbandry versus plants, the typical plant farming, and whether that's changing.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Please proceed, Director.
Sorry. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Member. The biggest component of our sales costs in terms of agricultural supplies certainly comes from the livestock sector. We probably average a cost figure of between $525,000 to $550,000 a month in terms of purchasing goods, and probably $400. The at least I would say close to 80% or 85% of that goes to livestock feed and forages. We are seeing definitely an increase in that sector. The Honourable Minister has been very active in promoting the increase in poultry feeds, in poultry on the island through the NEST program, and so with the expansion of poultry also comes an increase in feed demands for that sector. We also, of course, see maybe not large growth in cattle, but of course what we're seeing as well is a reduction in availability of pastures. So more farmers are having to raise their animals in sort of a confined intensive care system, which requires more forage and more commercial feeds, as they don't have the pasture acreage to graze. I think we're also seeing an increase definitely in the small ruminant goat sector. So the crop sector is also growing quite well. We do have some setbacks when we have storms, but the demand for the crop sector is more limited to pesticides and fertilizers, which is a much smaller component of the overall supply cost compared to the livestock feed, which is by far, as I said, probably about 85% of our total expenditure for agricultural supplies. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Rebel Wayne Panton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Director for his answer. I guess one final question is in relation to, I think what the Leader of the Opposition was encouraging as well as an indication of, for example, the extent to which technology is being utilized and encouraged, particularly in relation to crop farming. Because obviously there's no secret that we have a limited amount of arable land, and to achieve any kind of improvement in terms of food security, we need to be relying on technology in order to try to achieve that. And I know that the Minister has in the past implemented certain programs and encouraged it through the schools and stuff, things like some of the hydroponic plants. But I'm just curious to the extent to which the department is engaged in this and involving current farmers or new farmers in utilizing technology in this way to improve production.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Member. Yes, the Department actively continues to promote technology in the sector. We've seen a number of farmers invest in controlled agriculture, production agriculture, whether it is inside containers that are fully self-contained for production of leafy greens and vegetables. We have in the past promoted more shade house, and we continue to push drip irrigation and other improved technologies. Some of the technology to an extent is limited in terms of what crops that are suitable for it. For instance, in hydroponics, especially in fully controlled, contained environments, it suits primarily herbs, leafy greens, those sort of crops, not necessarily to some of the fruiting crops, don't do as well. So our market is small, so there's opportunities for certain farmers, but of course, if you expand too fast in some areas, you rapidly find a situation where the market becomes glutted, and then the farmers who've invested that heavy capital no longer can able to sustain a decent return on investment. I think one of the constraints, of course, for that sort of technology is access to capital. I know the Honourable Minister is well aware of this, and one of the challenges for farmers is to access capital at an interest rate or a cost that is affordable to them. But as I said, we continue to support traditional field agriculture as well, which is critical for our environment in terms of our fruit tree crop sector and our winter vegetable sector. We are promoting more technology even in the field. And I know you asked about crops, but for instance, livestock, we've just rolled out to all our vet services. Now they have tablets with them. So immediately in the field, they can enter information on the animals they're treating, maintain their records, their treatment records, and if one vet hands over to the next, they can immediately see what the previous vet has done by simply pulling it up on the system. So we continue to roll out advances as technology to upgrade and improve the sector. Thank you.
Are there any further follow-ups?
No, Madam Chair, just to say thank you to the Director and also to to say how proud I think we all should be and are in relation to the Caymanian vets that they have on staff.
Thank you. I recognize my colleague, the Honorable Mr. Moses Kokurna.
Thank you. To the director, through you, Chair, the visit during Ag Show at the Cayman Brac, the minister spoke to quite a few people, and you as well, about the placement of a veterinarian in Cayman Brac, which is a need. It's not specified here, but it's to ask for money, so I think it's a good time to ask about it.
Honorable Minister. I recognize Mr. Director again.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, just consulting the minister. Yes, yes, sir. This has been taken on board definitely by the minister. We are actively working along with district administration to look at upgrading facilities to construct a suitable facility in the BRAC that would provide us the ability to offer, because I think the sort of veterinary care you're referring to the show was a request for small animal veterinary care, an area that the department had not been in for many, many years, because that was being dealt with by private sector. But we're actively looking at how such a facility could be constructed and cost and staffed. But in the interim, definitely for the larger animals, we've fully instituted a rotation where our vets go to Cayman Brac on a monthly basis for at least a 3-4 day period, including a Saturday, to support our animal health technician there and to better service the farmers in that community. But for the small animal, we definitely need the facilities first before we could move forward with a vet from the department being there. Hope that answers your question, sir.
If there are no follow-ups, I'll put the question to PAH 24, Agriculture Support and Regulatory Services, for the amount of $2,362,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us now look at PAH 27, Facilities Management, for an amount of $784,000. Are there any questions? If I recognize the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you to the Minister, is there any appetite to install Wi-Fi internet in the civic centers in all of our districts? Because that seems to be very much in demand as a result of various companies or organizations wanting to rent those facilities, and I keep hearing, you know, they really need to have Wi-Fi facilities there.
Recognize Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, as far as I know, almost all civic centers should have some sort of Wi-Fi, but if there is one that she knows about, if you just let me know, I can double check on it.
Recognize Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know at one time I sponsored Wi-Fi at the Subsound Community Center. I'm not aware of Wi-Fi being there at the moment. So if you all know different, can you let me know, please?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, I'll double check to see that we have Wi-Fi there. If it don't, I'll definitely make sure that it gets installed, because there should have been one in there.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on PAH 27, Facilities Management, for an amount of $784,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us now look at TP 76, Assistance for Infrastructure Development, an amount of $500,000. Are there any questions? I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. The narrative here on the tells us what it is not to be used for. But in looking at it, the appropriation from 2024 has gone from 200,000 to 1.45 million because of some Section 11.5 approvals given by Cabinet in July and August. I'm just would like to understand what's causing what looks on paper here looks to be like a 7 times increase in the amount that this is approved for.
Honourable Minister for Pahi.
Madam Chair, through you, this assistance is from the Hurricane Beryl and also from the Bordentown Church.
Are there any further supplementaries? If not, I recognize the Honourable, Honourable Wayne Panther. Did you have? Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the Minister, clarified that the increases in relation to the church hall, I think he's referring, and perhaps he can clarify, that it is the one, right, the one that we've been working on with Pastor Rose. And I'd appreciate some clarity as to where we are with getting that completed, because obviously it's a critically needed contribution to our hurricane shelter capacity, particularly in light of what we've experienced even just this year alone. What we expect is going to be a part of our future based on climate change issues.
Madam Chair, through you.
Honourable Minister.
I've been reliably informed that it's going through its final stages of inspections, and I'm very happy to say that my last update, just this week here, I've seen a lot of pictures of it, and I'm very proud to say that the PW team is a project team that's on there, has pushed and made sure that we get this facility to the end date, and that's why I do meet with him every week on this to make sure, because I know it's something that's directly that the government has been pushing for and wanting to get completed, and especially with the high hurricane season that we have going on now. So I'm happy to say that it's almost there, and it will definitely have a groundbreaking this before December.
Thank you for that very needed clarification.
Just to clarify that, I meant an official opening.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote to TP 76 for the sum of $500,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Members, let us now look at the next item on the schedule, EA 148, Major Roadworks Expansion Projects for the amount of $4 million. Are there any questions? Recognize Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister. I guess it says here this is for the cost environmental impact assessment on the East-West Arterial Highway. I have a couple of questions. I'll just give the Honourable Minister an opportunity to update us on that in relation to these funds, and also to ask the Honourable Minister if there is any plans to deal with the Eastern Avenue in particular and Borden Road, in particular between Borden Road and the Godfrey Nixon intersection, which the road is now actually starting to sink. And Borden Road as well, and we very much appreciate the work that was done on North Church Street, but with the heavy traffic from the trucks, and I see the Commissioner of Police is here as well. Something has to be done about these overloaded trucks. They're leaving just as much aggregate on the road as they're getting from the ship to the compound. But that is in dire need, and Eastern Avenue is heavily pedestrian. It's a heavy pedestrian used road and be perfect with the width there now for some upgrades and some bicycle lanes, etc.
Honourable Minister. I'll recognize Mr. Howard, if you would please state your name for the record and your position. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Edward Howard, Managing Director of the National Roads Authority. Through you, Madam, just to give a brief update on the environmental impact assessment, we are essentially in the final stages of doing the ES, which is the environmental statement. We plan to go to the final public consultation in January of 2025. And then from there, it's just technical review, and then the report will be finished.
I think there were other elements to his question. Mr. Hugh, would you like to repeat them?
Certainly, I will repeat it. I was just asking if there were any plans in the near future to upgrade Eastern Avenue from Bawden Road to Godfrey Nixon and Bawden Road. Bawden Road is in bad shape, and the residents of Bawden Road have to put up with the dump trucks almost 7 nights a week these days, and the Port Authority trucks. So the least we could do is fix the road that those trucks are damaging.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely we will endeavor to upgrade Bawden Road in the next year's appropriation. So starting in January 2025, we'll have that on our schedule to upgrade. Yeah. Eastern Avenue as well, yes.
Are there any further supplementaries? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Just to say, and I think the Director will know that I'm always going to advocate for as close to a complete street as you can get. And Eastern Avenue in particular, people, that is heavily used by bicycles and pedestrians. So.
If there are no further supplementaries, I'll put the vote. EA 148, Major Roadworks Expansion Projects for the amount of $4 million. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Let us now look at EA 161, Submarine Cable for the amount of $4.4 million. Are there any questions? Recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Member. Can the Honourable Member provide us with an update and what this appropriation represents as far as getting us closer to that alternative solution to the subsea cable?
I recognize Mr. Tristan Hydes, as I'm not familiar with the name of the gentleman to your left.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tristan Hydes, Acting Chief Officer for the Planning, Agriculture, Housing, Infrastructure, Transport and Development. I'll pass this over to our specialist in this area, Mr. Ranulph.
Through you, Madam Chair. The purpose... Oh, I do apologise. Ranulph Scarborough, Chief Project Manager, Submarine Cable in the Ministry of PI. Through you, Madam Chair, the purpose of the funding is to move forward with, on the advice of consultants, to initiate a selection process to try to identify a private sector partner for the government to realise a new submarine cable connection for the Cayman Islands.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. So this $4,400,000 is just for to take you through the RFP stage? Is that what I'm understanding, the selection process?
Recognize the Chief Project Manager.
That's correct. In order to initiate a selection process of procurement, we need a source of funds under the procurement regulations. So this has enabled us to start that process. Clearly, the actual amount of money will depend on proposals we receive from the market that will finalise the quantum of ultimate funding. But this is to initiate the process.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, can I ask the gentleman to confirm that the proposal being requested or what's being proposed, I should say, includes a loop into the sister islands, or at least into Cayman?
Chief Project Manager is being recognised.
Through you, Madam Chair. We will be going to market for proposals. Hasn't yet been decided what we will mandate in that procurement process. The financial size of the project suggests that it may be challenging to connect both Grand Cayman and the sister islands, but Cayman Brac currently has 2 cable connections already. So what we aim to do is to build into our thinking provision to enable that to be perhaps addressed in the future.
Can I just ask, prior to recognising my colleague, perhaps it would be beneficial to the committee on a whole, including the member from Cayman Brac, if you could give a breakdown for the 4.4 million so that it would help expedite the process.
The 4.4 million figure is based on some market research we've done from talking to a number of different entities that are building cables through the Caribbean Sea, and based on what their expectations would be in a first year of what could be a 3 or 4 year build project. So that figure is just based on market research. It hasn't been broken down in terms of the specifics of what it would be spent on. It is in order to obtain a partner. And I think to try and understand that, the model is these are entities that are already building cables to build an incremental branch on those systems to connect Grand Cayman. We wouldn't be paying for the whole system. We would be paying a contribution to build that into their plans. I hope that answers your question.
And you recognise, based on presentations, that there are 3 Cayman Islands. I recognise the honourable member from Cayman Brac.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The third line opens up the Cayman Islands and guarantees stability, especially in its financial industry. I would find it very hard, as one of the representatives from Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, to accept the Cayman Islands going forward without including them in opportunity. And the relationship with the minister responsible, I feel comfortable, and of course with the Premier, I feel comfortable in saying that that's something that they will mandate and want as well. But I want to make it very clear that I, as the representative for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, want to have assurances for my vote that we will be included in this opportunity going forward.
Thank you, member. I'll pass it on to the honourable minister, but he can tell you that as long as I'm around the table, that question don't need to be asked. Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, through you, I think you just answered the questions for me.
Any other questions? If not, I'll put the vote to EA 161 submarine cable for an amount of $4.4 million. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it. Let us now look to EA 168, infrastructure and development, for an amount of $2.5 million. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, sorry, recognize the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if the Minister can give us an update on the Georgetown revitalization project that's ongoing. I think a lot of people are very frustrated with that and want to know that it's completed in short order.
Honourable Minister, I think you've delegated to Mr. Tristan Heights. Mr. Tristan Heights.
Madam Chair, through you. The project is in its final stages. We want to have the roadworks complete before Christmas, and the inside of what we now term as the park, which will be where the intersection is by post office, early next year.
Recognize the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Early next year, any kind of time frame? You know me and my time frames.
Mr. Tristan Heights.
Madam Chair, through you, yes, February latest. Yes, ma'am. This is the hard part, which is putting all the utilities, etc., on the ground for resiliency. But the rest of it is surface, and that should take that should be fairly simple.
Honourable Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's unfortunate that we have to actually go through Christmas now, because I know the shops in Georgetown are really, really suffering as a result of they're just being disenfranchised as a result of people not being able to access the stores. I know within myself, sometimes you just can't get to some of the stores there, so it would have been nice to have had this completed by Christmas, but you know what? February, I'll hold you to that.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Leader. I also know that the Minister for Tourism has also been given his full support to try to get this expedited, as well as Minister for Health and Wellness. Mr. Tristan Heights, I see you're anxious to give the members some optimism.
Madam Chair, through you, ma'am. I just want to say that, this part of it was working with a lot of our partners, utility partners, and that to coordinate all of those was really difficult. But I apologize, we apologize for this, but in the end, this will be a better product for it. What we are doing is putting all the utilities and all the infrastructure in place so that Georgetown can be a much stronger town. And as a result of that, after this, it will be much better. All of the utility works and stuff will be complete before Christmas. So from that perspective, we will have a better surface area to have for Christmas. Thanks.
That means Christmas lights as well.
Madam Chair, through you, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. There being no further supplementaries, I'll put the vote.
Madam.
Sorry, Deputy Premier is being recognized.
I'm hoping my light might prompt the Minister to voice something for the public for me.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I was just going to wait until you take the vote before I stopped it, but since the Deputy Premier has made the indication already, I just want to let everybody know that in this EI 168, there's the money for the West Bay for the dock in West Bay for the new concrete dock that we will be building at Morgan's Harbour.
Do I have a supplementary from PS McKeever Bush? Or did you say yeah? Okay.
Yes, waiting and waiting.
If there are no further...
Madam Chair.
Recognize Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Since my kind colleague and friend, the Honourable Minister for Infrastructure, has highlighted the dock in West Bay, I think it be okay to inform the good people of Georgetown as to the lobster pot dock that also is a key component to the tourism product and Georgetowners who use it on a regular basis. So you can give us an update on that as well.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I've had this discussion before with the member, and I've told him before that what the plans are. We have money this year to actually deal with Whitehall Bay, the dock by Lobster Pot. What the plans are is to actually fix it back as it is now in the wood stages, just to make it usable. But what we're going through is a new design phase and creating a new design for a new concrete dock. So that by next year, we will be able to remove the wood one and actually build a concrete dock there.
I recognize Honourable Deputy Premier.
I would like to thank the Minister for taking the prompting from my light. Is Morgan's also a concrete dock?
Honourable Minister.
That's correct. That's correct.
There being no further supplementaries, I'll put the vote to EA 168, infrastructure and development, for an amount of $2.5 million. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I definitely know the ayes have it. Minister, perhaps you wish this opportunity to thank your staff.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to thank the team of PAHI for all the hard work that they continue to doing. I just want to thank the acting Chief Officer, Mr. Tristan Hydes, for the work that he's been doing with me throughout the week here, and seeing that CEO Eric Bush has been acting as Deputy Governor. I just want to tell them all thank you, and if it's okay, they can go for now.
Thank you, Minister. We'll move on now to the Minister of Health and Wellness, HEA 2, medical care for indigents, for an amount of $3.2 million. And Minister, can we just allow a few minutes for the transition of the Minister of PAHI staff to depart while allowing the staff from the Ministry of Health, if you're in the precincts, to make your way into the chamber? Perhaps this may be an appropriate time just for a 5-minute break to allow the staff to come in. Finance Committee is resumed. Please be seated. Before we took the break, we were about to commence hearings on HEA2, medical care for indigents, for an amount of $3.2 million. I am reliably informed that all of the relevant staff is now in-house. I welcome them to Parliament for the Finance Committee proceedings. Are there any questions on HEA2 for $3.2 million? I recognize Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just looking for a little bit of assurance that this amount is going to be enough to take them through to the end of the year.
Thank you, Member. I recognize the Honourable Minister, who has the assurance of the government that we're in full support of whatever it takes to get us through to the end of the year. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amount in this appropriation is based on forecast and burn rate, will take us to the 31st of December 2024.
If there are no further questions, I'll put the vote on it. I recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister, or rather more to the finance team. Recognizing that HEA2 is what the government spends at the HSA, as the HSA forecasts or support that we would need to give to SAGCs. In particular, the HSA in this case, has that been reduced? Seeing that there now, should we get more money?
Can you please repeat it slightly slower?
Yeah, sorry. HEA2 is what the government spends at the HSA for their own, for indigent health care. So if the government is spending more at HSA, then in essence, HSA should be making more money. So then the question is, from the overall government consolidation, is it that we're expecting, I guess, a better performance now from the SAGCs, in particular the HSA, as a result of additional spend?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, I will invite representatives from either the finance team and or HSA to present for more clarity. But for the sake of the listening public, HEA2 provision of medical care for indigent patients includes primary care, secondary care service, and dental mental health care. This specific appropriation change is to make sure that we have sufficient monies to be able to provide indigents with this primary and secondary health care services, as well as dental and mental health care services, that should those services are not available through the HSA, we understand how the referral process works. So Ministry of Health has been tasked with paying these bills and making sure that we can fund each year with the forecasted amount based on trends, but we are in the process of rectifying that. We are gatekeepers of making sure we have a healthier society, and we're hoping with the release of the STEP survey in the next couple of days, and we make those national changes in our habits and our behaviors, that you will see this actually trend going in a better direction. In regards to what income that the HSA will make, should you require any further explanation, I will invite the necessary finance team to delve into that a little bit more if you find the need for more clarity.
Actually, thank you very much.
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I know the non-HSA part is NGS 55. Is it that HEA2 is now being used for non-HSA related expenses?
Honourable Minister.
To the best of my knowledge, nothing new has changed, but it actually dovetails into both, because both actually streamline and take care of indigents and those who are either underinsured or has no insurance. Those pots are quite unique, to be honest. And the process in which Cineco operates, everything has to go through the HSA, which was something that predates myself, and it was working. And in order for Cineco to pay for their external partners, which is coupled between the two, we have to make sure that it's funded. What we don't want in this, at any point in time, that these persons are placed in a position that government cannot pay the bills and various other government agencies cannot perform because we fail to fund it adequately.
Thank you. The reason,
Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the reason I'm asking the question is that, and when we get to NGS 55, it will become a little bit more clearer. But I noticed from your initial statement that you made at the opening of Finance Committee, where the government overall surplus is actually expected now to be 28 million less than budget at 16.5 million, which isn't much wiggle room, and we know how quick both NGS 55 and HEA2 can balloon. So that's where I'm kind of looking at now from that standpoint to make sure, because there may be an additional benefit in the sense that we also have the SAGC when we go to do the entire public sector, is in that we may, even though government surplus may be less, there's a very strong possibility that the performance of the SAGC would be better, which in essence then would improve government's overall financial position. So for the listening public, they just don't take away that core government will be doing a less performance than it should, when in fact the overall government may be better off as a result of more funds going to the SAGC. So while your budgeted surplus may be down, the overall surplus of government may actually not be as affected because the SAGCs are actually performing better. And I think that's what I'm trying to squeeze from out of that, because there's not much wiggle room in core government, but you may get it as you consolidate with the HSA actually performing better.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. And I would say that, as you would fully appreciate, the government surplus is a forecast, and I take a nominal amount of comfort in the fact that last September we were told it was going to be 3 million, and we ended up with close to 40 million surplus. But except for the injection of that levity, I will cautiously delegate the response to my most capable Ken Jefferson, Financial Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I get generally what Member Saunders is saying. Let me give the committee some brief information about where the government stood and stands. So I actually have details of actual revenues and costs to the end of August. Those indicate that the central government had revenues for that 8-month period of approximately $847 million. And for the same 8-month period, the operating expenses were close to $688 million. And so at the end of August, central government had an operating surplus of $159 million. And for the members of the general public, those numbers exclude capital expenditures. So they're not road works and so forth. I think there's a misunderstanding because members of the general public are not accountants. Capital expenditures are sometimes subtracted away from surplus, from revenues as well, and we end up with a different figure to what the accountants will project. So we had an operating surplus for 8 months of $159 million. The statutory authorities and government companies collectively had a surplus of close to 14 million at the end of August. And we know, Member Saunders will know that within that 14 million net surplus, there's lots of ups and downs within that. So we know that the strong authorities are going to have a surplus. The more financially weaker, challenged authorities are going to have a deficit. But at the end of August, put them all together, the statutory authorities and government companies had a surplus of around $14 million. So the entire public sector had a surplus. The 159 that we spoke about for central government surplus, plus the 14 of the statutory authorities. So that is we had that as approximately $173 million for the entire public sector. And this is not directly answering your question, Member Saunders, but just for knowledge of the community and the committee, the the capital expenditures for that 8-month period was $76 million. So it's the equity investments into the statutory authorities, and it's the spending on government's own capital expenditure, road works, etc., was $76 million. The original budget for capital that we started the year with was $173 million. So 8 months of that original budget, we've spent $76 million. So you're roughly at $9 million per month if it was all evenly happening. And so our projection for the 12 months is for capital to be around $125 million. The original budget, Member Saunders, had the statutory authorities coming in for the full year at a net loss of around 2. So at the end of August, we're at a surplus for the statutory authorities of 14. Their original projection was a loss for the year of around 2, and our projection, based on our chatting with CFOs and so forth throughout the entire government, is that at the end of the year, the statutory authorities are going to have a surplus. And what I can also say more directly to your question, Member Saunders, is that the NGS 55 that you spoke about and the supplementary requests that are on the schedule before Finance Committee and HEA2, those numbers are incorporated within our forecast that we're using. Now, if the NGS 55, for example, goes above what is being projected, which is like about $54 million. So our supplementaries now, plus what was already given in the year, plus the original budget that was started, if you add those all together, we're currently projecting on that particular item, a very similar end of year number this year for 24 of around $54 million. The same for HEA2. So the numbers that are before the committee have been incorporated within the forecast that we have, and we are then predicting that at the end of the year, the government would have a surplus of around $16 million. And yes, that's not a lot of wiggle room. We do obviously acknowledge that. But unless the NGS 55 and any other expense grows above what we're projecting, then the 16 million surplus is in jeopardy. But if it stays as we're predicting now, it's a fairly realistic number. Sorry, Madam Chair, I know I've given a lot of information, but if I would just be allowed to give one final piece on the cost side, which is the most significant element of our expenses, which is the personnel costs. So personnel costs, as we know, is our wages, our salaries, our pensions, and our healthcare costs. We originally started the year with a budget of roughly $501 million, was the full year budget for 24. We are projecting an end of year personnel emoluments number of around 458, 459. If you want to round that at 460 of the 501. So we're projecting quite a considerable underspending of the personnel cost that was originally budgeted. And we feel fairly confident with that number, the projected number for $458, $460 million, because it's actually based on 8 months of actual expenditure, which was $302 million of personnel costs for 8 months. That works out to be about $38 million for those first 8 months. For the remaining 4 months, what we've done is we've said, okay, let's increase for those 4 months the personnel cost at $39 million. So we've gone up $1 more million per month, and that will land us at about $460 million. And the results for the month of September, which I got about 6 o'clock last night, showed that for the month of September, the personnel cost number was around $38 million. So the use of 39 for the last 4 months was looking pretty good in relation to what I actually got last night for the month of September, which is obviously in one of those remaining 4 months. So, Madam Chair, I mentioned specifically personnel costs because that is approaching 50% of the government's overall costs. So that single category alone is accounting for half of the government expenses.
Thank you, FS. Recognize Mr. Chris Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also want to thank the FS for that comprehensive answer. The only thing that jumped out, FS, and I guess since we already was talking about it, was the NGS 55. Because I noticed for this one, the forecast is 53 million for the year, but last year, NGS 55 actually was forecast to do 58 million, which is 5 million more than it was basically be 5 million more, or 5 million less this year than it was last year. And when you have a 16 million surplus that we're looking at now, if NGS 55 turns around and even have a repeat of last year, then you're talking about, bearing in mind that compared to 22 versus 23, NGS 55 actually went up by about $7 million. So now we're talking about NGS 55 coming in lower than than what it was that we had compared to previous years in terms of growth and everything else. So if you find yourself coming in year end now with a 5, 6, 7 million more in NGS 55, then your 16 million has now gotten less. But to sit down and I don't think any member in this house think that NGS 55 is going to be $5 million less than it was last year. I'm just being realistic. And from that standpoint, with 16 million, you take 5 or 6 million, you're down to 10, 11 million dollars now in terms of surplus. So that's what I'm directly looking at now, is in terms of making sure we're not sailing that overly close to the wind from that standpoint. And that's why I asked the question about the SAGC's performance. So if they're doing better, then at least that's a good sign in the sense that overall core government should be okay then from that standpoint, even if, the entire public sector should be okay, even if core government is having its own challenges. And that's really what I'm trying to drill into. But that's all it is. Thanks much.
Thank you, Mr. Chris Saunders. And if I were in the opposition, I would have done just what you did now. Concentrate, magnify, exemplify the possibilities of the anticipated unknown. But because I sit in this chair, I urge myself to splurge a little bit more in the midway between the ultra-conservatism and realism. So I'm confident that this government will have a surplus that will put an even bigger smile on your face than I see you now enjoy. But I thank you for your keen observations. Are there any further questions? If not, I'll put the vote on HEA2, medical care for indigents, for an amount of $3.2 million. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving quickly to NGS 55, which is pretty much debated, but I'll still give members the opportunity, if you have any questions, to so indicate at this time. If there are no questions, I'll put NGS 55, tertiary medical care at various local and overseas institutions, for an amount of $13,192,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I believe the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, may I? Just to say thanks. Can I say thanks? Thank you.
Before moving on to OCP 4, I'll give the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness an opportunity to convey her expressions of gratitude.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to convey my gratitude to the ministry team, to HSA and the Board of Directors for doing their best in making sure that we could keep the country with access to medical services. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Minister. Thanks, team. If I could now ask the staff for OCP4, Coast Guard Services, for the amount of $125. The question is now being put as the relevant staff take their positions. The Commissioner and Commandant Scotland will give them a moment to transition.
Well, that's happening,
I
Madam.
recognize P.S. Bush, who made an indication earlier that he'd like to make an intervention. Permission is therefore granted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While that is happening, Madam Chair, I have been in contact with the Honourable Minister Seymour. I know some members have made notes to him. He has been released from hospital and is resting at home. All of that matter is connected to the unfortunate accident he had. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing.
You're welcome, P.S. McKeever Bush. I now recognize Commissioner Walton and Mr. Scotland, Commandant Scotland. We have put the question on OCP 4, Coast Guard Services, for an amount of $125,000. I recognize Mr. Roy Mike Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, can I just ask one of you gentlemen if you could tell us what is the domain awareness system? Sounds quite ominous.
Recognize Commissioner Walton.
Chair, I think what I'll do is just relinquish that question to Commander Scotland. In a nutshell, it's a radar system. To give you a more technical answer, I'll just relinquish that to Commander Scotland.
Recognize Commander Scotland.
Through you, Madam Chair, unless the member has a further question, I think Mr. Walton has covered that one quite well.
Thank you. Through you again, then, Madam Chair.
Mr. Roy Mike Taggart.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. $125,000 seems to me then to be a fairly small amount. Is this just preliminary work, or is this the full cost of the system?
Commander Scotland.
Through you, Madam Chair. Sir, this is just the preliminary costs.
Mr. Roy Mike Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have next year's budget with me, but do you have funding available next year to keep the project going?
Commandant Scotland.
Through you, Madam Chair. Requests have been submitted, and I believe those supplemental requests will be coming next year. In addition, we do have approval for capital funding.
Madam Chair.
You had a follow-up and then followed by Minister of Tourism.
I'm fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Recognize the Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you, I wish the Leader of Opposition was here because there was a question previously that's somewhat from a finance perspective connected to the Waterfront Tourism Experience Project. I just want to let the Honourable House know that when this, though it was not budgeted for, the government recognized the importance of such activities for security purposes, and both the Ministry of Tourism as well as the Ministry of Health tried to find the necessary savings within our budget, close to the tune of $1 million each from each one of our budgets. $850,000 from our budgets, and sacrifice some other areas within budget for this security measure. For example, the Honourable Leader of Opposition asked last evening on the line of questioning about the update on the waterfront tourism experience project. Because of the delays in the planning and engineering stages, and recognizing that money was not going to be used until next year, where we can find the necessary funding for it, I asked my chief officer where we could find the leeway, and 830,000 was taken from my ministry. The Minister for Home Affairs found $830,000 from there, and we combined together to make sure that the Coast Guard had the necessary funding to start this very important program.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Tourism. Are there any further questions? If not, I'll put the vote on OCP 4, Coast Guard Services, for an amount of $125,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Moving on now to EI 79, Office of the Commissioner of Police, for an amount of $410,000. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll put the vote to EI 79, Office of the Commissioner of Police, for an amount of $410,000. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. I wish to thank the Commissioner Walton and Commandant Scotland for attending and for your continued support at the front line in protecting our country on land and offshores.
Hear, hear.
I also wish to thank honourable ministers and parliamentary secretaries, chief officers, and all other civil servants that provided answers to the questions that were raised, to the honourable members of the opposition, independent MPs for their questions and support as well. The approval of these in Finance Committee will now allow these items to be included in the Supplementary Appropriation Bill for 2024 financial year. This bill will need to be presented to Parliament no later than 3 months after the end of the financial year for 2024, which will bring us to the 31st of March next year. Therefore, honourable members will know that although Finance Committee have approved these items today, these same items will once again reappear in the Finance Committee because the government has to include these items in a supplementary appropriation bill for 2024, which committee members will see by or before March 31st next year. Before announcing that the proceedings in the Finance Committee are now concluded, I'll now invite the Financial Secretary to elucidate and hopefully qualm information that has been put out in the public domain as to it relates to the $150 million loan mortgage facility that was duly approved in Finance Committee in December of 2023 for the 2024-2025 budget. FS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel as though I'm speaking more to the general public than to honourable members of the committee, because I think honourable members will remember the position in respect of loans. So almost, it's approaching a year ago now when the 2024 and 2025 budget was presented to the House. That happened in December 2023. The budget was approved the same month, December 23. In that budget, it contained a provision that the government would borrow a total of $150 million over the 2-year period of 24 and 25. And the profiling of that $150 million was $27 million in 2024 and $123 million in 2025 for a total of $150. And that ability of the government to borrow is actually contained in the Appropriation Act for the 2 years, just as any other matter of outputs, equity investments, executive asset expenditure. All of those are specified in the Appropriation Act, as well as the ability to borrow. Madam Chair, to date, so up until today, January the 1st to today, the borrowings of the government have been nil. There are no borrowings. Can you please say that again? I think it was clear, ma'am. The borrowings of the government from January the 1st, 2024 to today have been nil. There have been no new borrowings. What the members of the public saw a short while ago was the Ministry of Finance putting in place a request for proposals to seek tenders from, principally we expect, local banks to bid on that $150 million loan facility. So we are attempting to put in place a facility to allow the government to borrow up to $150 million for the 2-year period. We have borrowed zero thus far. Madam Chair, it is possible that the government could go through the entire 2024 current year without borrowing. That is possible. I think it really will come down to what the level of capital expenditures actually turn out to be. So you've heard it before, the original budget was for capital $172 million. To the end of August, it was $76 million. So roughly $9 million a month. We are projecting $125 million for the year, so roughly $10 million for every single month of the year. The results for yesterday, that I got yesterday for the month of September, the capital spend in the month of September was $11 million. So the $125 million projection that we have, we feel fairly confident about. Saying all that to say, there is a possibility that although we have included $127 million as a borrowing in 2024, it is possible that we may be able to get through the entire 2024 year without borrowing anything at all. And then the $150 million facility would be available in its entirety for use in 2025. I don't believe, Madam Chair, that the government is going to be able to get through 2025 without borrowing. I don't think that's going to be the case, because the original profiling was for that year to attract borrowing of $123 million. And I think that's going to be hard to avoid. What we can possibly avoid this year was a profiling of borrowing $27 million, but I don't believe that we're going to get the $123 million for next year, 25, down to zero. That would be quite miraculous. Madam Chair, sorry, some of the key features are as follows. For the facility that we put out for RFP, we would like a 15-year tenure for the loan. That's typically what the government seeks. We would like a fixed rate of interest for that 15-year duration, and we would like to repay the principal and the interest monthly in order to go aggressively at repaying the loan. And Madam Chair, the RFP closes on the 18th of October. So next week, Friday is the 18th. That's when the tenders have to come in. And so you're easily looking into November before any execution of the possible loan agreement is put in effect. I think that covers most of the points I had to make, Madam Chair. The government also issued quite an extensive press release on the matter on the 3rd of October. I have copies available if members would like a copy of it, hard copy, but it was issued explaining the loan facility.
Thank you, FS. Proceedings in Finance Committee are now concluded. When we adjourned the House yesterday, we indicated that the House would reassume after Finance Committee, and so Finance Committee is obviously concluded now. We will take the luncheon break, but I would ask that if the Speaker is in a precinct, if I could get an indication, because we would like to finalize the business of the House before we start lunch. If he's here, it would just be a matter of adjourning the House, sign the DI. Thank you very much, members.
I will now invite the Honourable Member for Cayman Brack to say the prayers.
Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee to be direct and prosper the deliberations of the Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religion and piety may be established among us. Especially we pray for the governor of our islands, the premier, the speaker of the Parliament, the leader of the opposition, ministers of the cabinet, ex officio members, members of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask thy great name's sake. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The Lord bless us and keep us. The Lord make his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light and his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Please be seated.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
I have apologies from the Honourable Member of Board and Control. As there is no other business of this Honourable House, can I now call on the Honourable Premier to move the motion for the adjournment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're obviously very delighted to adjourn at this time, but equally delighted, I dare say, on behalf of all members, to see you occupying that chair. So it's my distinct pleasure, Madam Speaker, to move the motion for the adjournment for this House sine die.
The motion is now that the House now stand adjourned sine die. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? No. The ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned sine die.